Alrighty, it is time. We are back at it. My stream cut off last night. But we back at it. So the rebellion still hasn't spawned, and it is 100 years from the Yulong invasion, which is really confusing. However, we have something that happened. We have an event. This is a pretty crazy important event. Strange readings. Long-range sensors have detected a Titanic capital ship of unknown origin entering orbit around the planet 50K 984 in the Verdoth system. I don't know where that is. Confederate remnant strategists are urging the dispatch of a starship to investigate. Let's dispatch a ship immediately. The Lord of Hunger. Our sensors in the Verdoth system have detected a ravageous but somehow still functional capital ship. Despite its open wounds, rusted hull, and pitted armor plating, the ship appears to be fully operational. Its weapons, shields, and hull held together by some unknown force. Upon further analysis, automated IFF scanning protocols define the vessel as a Centurion-class battlecruiser, last used by the Republic Navy during the Mandalorian Wars nearly 4,000 years ago. It has failed to respond to hails from nearby ships and maintain its position near the planet's surface. Though nothing other than the ship appears on our sensors, some dreadful force seems to draw the sensor operator's attention to the ship, a gravity preventing them from looking any other way. A single thought resonates throughout the minds of the crew manning the sensor, one not of their making. Nihilus hungers. Below the ancient vessel, the planet of 50K 984 dies. If it cannot be stopped, the death toll could be catastrophic. What hope could one ancient wreck have against our armada? So, where you might ask is this. This is a jump away from my capital. My capital right here. We go one over here to the Verdoth system. Where is it? Is it here? Yeah, look at this. This is Darth Nihilus, bro. It's from the freaking Old Republic. So, even though it's just one ship, this is a crisis level event. We could, in fact, be pretty cooked. So, I got a decent sized armada. We have ships that are doing things, that are going places. I think we'll just go around. Yeah, and then we'll send everybody in all at once. If it takes down the entirety of my military, I'm gonna be pretty sad. But our boys are moving. We're getting the freak out of here. Yeah. Also, we got a new world! We got a new what's gonna be a Forge world, which isn't right now. It's just producing and researching Unity and all that jazz. It's got a good population. Yeah, we're gonna want to hail the ship, see what's happening. And yeah, let's just hit play and see what happens. Here's contact. Yo, what the hecky?
Work complete.
Ooh. Do we need to send something
Permission
in?
granted to land on platform
Constructing.
3.
Might need to send... Oh, I don't know. What if we just leave it here? Vote for Alliance Law, minimal Alliance centralization. Low Alliance centralization? Ooh. Let's up that centralization. I say vote yes. We got passed because everybody voted yes under me.
Construction units have cleared a tile blocker. Our technology has advanced. Construction
Bro,
units have cleared
what if I
a
don't
tile
need to send
blocker.
everything in here? What if I can just leave it?
Construction droids reporting work
Is it
complete.
Yo, what is this abandoned terraforming project? Oh, it's on Crate. Let's resume the terraforming process.
Construction droids reporting work complete.
I await your instructions.
Alright, let's go.
I await your instructions.
I want that system.
Evalueerdam. Evalueerdam. Evalueerdam.
Did we do that and just delete them? Maybe. Oh, void unclouded.
Our special
that's-
project is complete.
I await your instructions.
Let's get mining stations.
I await your
You
instructions.
Quite honestly, you don't really need all
I
that.
await your instructions.
So Nihilus is still over here.
Construction droids reporting work.
Special project proceeding the atmosphere with billions of terraforming nanites. The alien bioengineering machinery has significantly altered conditions on its planet surface. The ecosystem and climate have both been stabilized, and a new alien biota adapted to the climate has been introduced. So, not much different. I kind of want to go back because he doesn't want it to be a certain. However, we're stuck with that now. So, Crate was a cool world until it wasn't. Alright, all our fleets are thundering down. Thought they were
Evalueerdam.
Federation. How is that not gonna put me on?
Wie komt er?
We're going to need
Construction
maintenance
droids
after this.
reporting work complete.
I await your instructions.
I mean, whatever. I'm gonna locatologically annex them and then I don't know. What else I can do?
Construction droids reporting work
I await your
complete.
instructions. I await your instructions. I await your instructions.
The system has been fully surveyed.
Yo, let's go. Oh, we gotta send construction ships up there.
I await your instructions. I await your instructions.
We're going to need maintenance after this.
I await your instructions.
Alright, gang, I think that's, oh, we got Where's my incineration fleet? They're somewhere, aren't they? Oh, we had them here because they were gonna, yeah, whatever. Well, honestly, we'll send these guys in first just to test Nihilus.
We're going to need maintenance after this. We're going to need maintenance after this.
Let's go, crime boss arrested. I want to convert my worlds into Gaia worlds, however... Oh, I'm already doing that. But I just don't like... Yeah, because then we lose all these cool looking worlds. Let's create... It's gonna take a bit longer.
Mi condena, please.
Preparing for jump to lights.
Calculating jump to light speed. Calculating jump to light. Calculating jump to light.
Construction units are
Preparing
clear.
for jump
Heroes
to
might
light
want to go to
speed.
war with me or something. I don't know.
Calculating jump to light speed. Preparing for jump to light. Preparing for jump to light. Preparing for jump to light speed. Calculating jump to light speed.
Here, screw it. We're gonna just insult.
Udar
these
Stati.
heroes again. Screw you guys.
So be it.
And screw you guys.
Calculating jump to light.
We could send somebody to die right now if we wanted to. Loki. Actually, no, it would be kind of terrible to do.
Calculating jump to light. Calculating jump to light.
We just caught some fleets in action.
Our technology has advanced.
Sure, we'll do Aura. I've already done Aura, bro. Sure, let's do centralization. Alright, looks like we're popping in.
Calculating jump to light.
See how fast we
Calculating
get
jump to
killed.
light speed.
Ooh. Oh shoot, the unknown vessel has orbited 50K 984 for some time now. While our sensors have not detected any signs of planetary bombardment or physical destruction, the kind 50K 984's life is simply gone. Though its machines, buildings, and constructs remain in one place and unaffected, all that remains of its populace and ecosystem are motes of black dust on a desolate world. Our long-range scans suggest that not even the planet's microbiological has survived. None of it has survived, which has in turn disrupted the atmosphere's composition, rendering it uninhabitable. Bioweapon of some kind? I don't know. Okay, it's moving now.
Enemy fleet engaged. Launch vulture droids.
see what happens. So it shot a couple shots. We're just corvettes and heavy cruisers. Oh shoot. So we seem to be doing damage. Oh shoot, we're gonna win. Gang. There's no way. There's no way we just win this without a box, bro. This is stupid. And then Nihilus annihilated. The return Darth Nihilus, Sith Lord, second of the Triumvirate Lord Hunger, has been defeated, saving the galaxy from a potential holocaust. While little remains of the Dark Lord himself, the ruined hulk of his flagship, the Ravager, still floats crippled above the battlefield. From dust to dust. Yo. Okay, let's see this. Monthly Unity. Let's do it. Got a relic. That was cool. We lost some, not a lot of ships. Thought it was gonna be a bit harder, like a crisis level of that, but nope. Loki needs some more people in town. I don't know, we'll wait until that's locked in. Yo, why are the huts pulled up? Me, don't know. What me does know.
I await your instructions.
So we're going to war with these guys. Cause like, why not?
Evalueردم. Evalueردم.
Clear. Battle droids report. Optimal and ready.
Yep, and it's just against Zeltros. We'll send Incineration over there in a second. I want to see what their fleets do, where they move. Those are some good fleets. Those are some good fleets that they got. They got some good fleets.
Construction droids reporting work complete. Base system has been fully surveyed.
We're going to need maintenance after this.
Alright, let's send them in.
I await your instructions. I await your instructions. I await your instructions. I await your instructions.
Was the Empire settling the unknown regions? No idea.
I await your instructions.
If we border the chest, that'd be
Spaceport
kind of
under
crazy.
attack. Engage defense protocols.
Shipyards locked in.
Construction droids reporting work complete.
Where is this battle repair? Right here. I see.
An organic space creature has been encountered.
Alright, come on. Let's get
Our
moving.
technology has advanced.
I await your instructions.
Ooh, we don't want to wait for that.
I await your instructions. I await your
Let's just turn them on
instructions.
Auto.
I await your instructions. I await your instructions.
Everybody's sending their science ships in here. Oh my goodness. Oh, bro, the Uriadu Authority is trying to build. Gang, you really do not need to know what's going on in this MTR system. Alright, let's pop in. We're 100% losing this fleet.
Calculating jump to light.
Enemy station engaged. Fire at will.
Service level available. He's getting popped.
We have lost contact with the fleet.
It's been an honor.
Courier under attack. Engage defense protocols.
I did blow up again. Oh my goodness.
Construction droid reporting work complete.
Dang, alright.
I await your instructions.
They lost 2 ships. Okay. Let's see how they react when we pull up here.
Preparing for jump to light. Calculating jump to light speed. Preparing for jump to light speed. Calculating jump to light speed. Preparing for jump to light speed. Calculating jump to light.
Dang.
Construction
Mi conderana,
droid
please.
reporting work complete.
Mi conderana, please.
I wonder.
Mikhail Deninables, Visamis Nabir.
I have vassal.
Удар статьи.
That gives these 3 vassals, and then also. No.
Our technology has
Tyon,
advanced.
no. Stop saying these places. Alright, we're jumping.
Enemy station engaged. Construction droid reporting work complete.
Now they're holding us up, bro. Oh my goodness. Oh! It's one ship won't let any of my other ships jump.
Preparing for jump to light
Time
speed.
hegemony's lost their entire fleet. Because they're dumb. They're so dumb. Oh my goodness. What the freak? Yeah, they're just...
Enemy fleet engaged.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, they were just lost it because they jumped in.
All technology has advanced.
Calculating jump to light speed.
That's also our bad that we probably should have turned on take point, but whatever. Cool.
Enemy station engaged. Fire at will. Enemy fleet engaged. Launch vulture droids.
Mi conderana, please.
Might be a little interesting, but I think we could do it.
Mi conderana, please. Mi conderana, please.
Oh, the Tions just died, bro. They got nothing now.
Construction droid reporting work complete.
I await your instructions.
Enemy station engaged.
I await your instructions.
The system has been fully
We're going to
surveyed.
need maintenance after this.
Enemy station
I await your
engaged.
instructions.
We got a new ruler.
Planetary invasion has begun. We shall triumph. Spaceport under attack. Engage defense protocols. Construction droid reporting work complete. A spaceport has been lost. Construction droid reporting work complete.
Bro. Why are we
Transport en route.
Permanent no longer droid occupation. Our technology has advanced.
Transport en route. En route. Preparing for jump to light
I
speed.
await your instructions.
Oh shoot! The rebellion finally spawned. Oh my goodness! Oh, they're not that strong. Yeah, they're kind of 27th place. I thought they were gonna be crazy. Okay, interesting. So, when Deebus reaches, oh my goodness, are they at war right now?
Yes, I know.
Oh, the war with the Hutts ended. Oh, they subjugated them. No way, the Imperials bombed. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, the Bothan Council lost their capital. Okay, so we need to do a vassalization war in a second. When Deepest reaches the outer rim to the tallest Coruscant spires, a word ripples through the galaxy. It stirs the hearts of millions, terrorizes billions, and inspires trillions. Dude, this is bars. Through the long thought dead at the hands of Emperor Palpatine during his overthrow of the Old Republic, the word once that carries a death sentence on 100 planets burns anew. Rebellion. Their petitions ignore their demands for leaders denied. A force of partisans, idealists, saboteurs, political dissidents, insurrectionists, and guerrilla fighters has turned to the one force. The Empire understands violence. While various groups have previously resisted the Empire on an ad hoc basis, they now stand united under a single military command. They are the greatest challenge the Empire has yet faced. Though the Imperial military is far larger and battle-hardened, the galaxy does not lack for military equipment, and there is no shortage of volunteers. Around the galaxy, fathers return from their attics, shouldering weapons left moldering since the Clone Wars, while their fathers pass on heirloom breastplates and helms to the younger hands, while others sew uniforms and spend their free hours loading munitions and digging trenches. But it is on the young sons and daughters of the galaxy that the true burden of war falls, and they are not found wanting. From 1,000 worlds they flock to join rebel cells, and from 1,000 more they strike at the forces of the Empire, and all those who would see their flame of liberty snuffed out. Whether by blade and blaster, or guild or diplomacy, the Rebel Alliance stands ready to confront the Empire in all its forms. The new shroud of the dark side has been challenged. Hope burns anew. Begun the galactic civil war has. Okay, so they're not as powerful as I thought.
Mi conderana, please.
Okay, they're chill. Can we just... What if we
Mi
vassalize
conderana,
the
please.
Rebel Alliance immediately? That might snuff out all these Emperors of Hope. That'd actually be terrible. But
Mi conderana, please.
I want to wait for the Galactic Civil War to start. And then we'll see.
An organic space creature has been encountered.
Let's see what the rebel stats are. Where are we? Okay, yeah, they don't seem to have Yeah, they don't seem to be as big as a threat as I thought. But okay, having 12K. So they've been building. I don't.
Mikor det ena blir.
What if we? Can't border them because the freaking. Yeah, the freaking time hegemony.
Give us gonna dis.
Mikor det ena blir.
Give us gonna dis. Give us gonna dis.
We should have set the crisis earlier. You know what? You know what we could do? We could spawn the Yuuzhan bomb. At 2350.
Enemy fleet engaged.
Where? The timelines are so
Preparing for jump to light speed.
all these things.
Uдар статьи.
Transport.
Can I do a vassalization war against the Empire? Why? Why not yet?
Construction droid reporting work complete.
Permission granted to land on platform
Constructing.
7.
Yeah, let's do that. Okay, look, it might be funny to go to war with Alderaan. Or do we? Or do we? No, we need to do a subjugation against the Vulcan Council and then completely annex them. Let's see where their hyperlanes are. Their hyperlanes look weird. I don't like this. We have a claim on Camino. Let's do. What does that mean? This? Where's our capital fleet? To take that on.
War declare. Model droids report. Optimal and ready.
Well, the hut's got messed up. There's no way. Nar Shaddaa lost its whole population. Nar Shaddaa was at 20k. We're at 20,000 population, bro. What the John? I don't know. Let's wait
Their
until
system has been fully surveyed.
the orbits. Oh shit.
Minimal fleet has been detected on long-range sensors.
Mikon de rena please.
I do feel kind of bad. Just crashing the party.
Base system has been fully surveyed.
Let's see if we can hit it. Oh, I'm tired, bro.
Enemy station engaged.
Bro, they're just not moving.
Enemy planet now under droid occupation.
Alright, so we win that. Zeltris stops existing. And now we're connected. Now we have a stupid amount of territory. Oh wait, what? How does Kashi not reach Seltris? Just this weird glitch. Very weak. We should put some more Kashi. Let's see Ultras. How is it not part of the no, it didn't. Okay. And then I'll go land armies and then land armies.
Permission granted to land on platform 327.
Oh shoot, we're like fighting it and stuff. I feel bad just not having it's like this. We have no pause.
Planetary invasion has begun. Enemy planet now under droid occupation. Planetary invasion has begun. Enemy planet now under droid occupation.
Gang, what do we make these worlds? Did we just do tech? Hold up. the song, dude. The song slaps. Okay. First time hearing Mozart. Are you sure?
I await your instructions.
Oh, I don't need 83 influence. Alright, now build a starbase right there. Trying to connect these Johns. Might just have that be in each sector. What do we want these to be? It's world time, baby. Do we say screw it and we just go tech? Who's picking tourist station? Nobody is. Research. What's this one? Urban. Unification. True. Interesting. Bro, I'm tired. I'm a tired game. Just do attack again. Or we go tech and it'll be like specifications. Research. Make this one like looks about right. So we'll do society for both. And then we'll just spam. Can we just do research? I'm so confused. I'll just go archives.
Construction droids reporting work complete.
When are you back to? Another back to world. We could afford an edict with it, I think. Is that worth it though? No. Browse for a circuit. Hickey, this world's also slightly bigger. I think we'll be fine. Let's just put infrastructure down for engineering.
I await your instructions.
Okay, I want to see when the Civil War gets kicked out. So the Empire are getting vassals. They're getting fast.
Enemy station engaged. Fire at will.
They're what the heck? Ooh, Tremor sector's killing my mind. How's Naboo doing? Naboo doesn't seem to. Ooh, Naboo is not doing so good.
Our technology has advanced.
Where are these jobs coming from?
Our technology has advanced. Enemy station engaged. Fire at will.
Job efficiency, that's really good. Oh, ooh.
Mikon Denablis, Visamis Nabir.
Oh, shoot. Wait, so, okay.
Mi condenablis.
What's the difference here? Because
Mi condenablis.
should give me all that as well. That'd be so fun.
Permission granted to land on platform 327.
Our technology has advanced. Enemy station engaged.
Oh, that's so good.
Our
Let's
technology
do that
has
one.
advanced. Construction droid reporting work complete.
Holy freak, that's loud. Heck yes. Probably won't. Job efficiency screen.
I await your instructions.
Dang, what is this?
The system has been fully surveyed.
Alright, we're good there.
Enemy station engaged. Fire at will. Our technology has advanced. Our technology has advanced.
Permission granted to land on platform
Enemy fleet
327.
engaged. Enemy station engaged.
Bro, the Imperials need to. Ooh. Where are they getting all this diplomatic weight from? What the freak? Yeah, I don't know.
Mi conderena, please.
They're technologically superior.
Construction droid reporting
Permission
work
granted to
complete.
land on platform 327.
Constructing. Constructing.
So yeah, we're like kind of winning and stuff right now. How many armies they got? Oh, they're already invading it. Okay.
Our technology has advanced. The system has been fully surveyed. Our technology has advanced.
The reek. We have other claims on their stuff. Once we get to 100%,
We're going to need maintenance after this.
we should be fine. That should be good.
Our technology has advanced. Construction units have cleared a tile blocker. Enemy
Occupation's at
station engaged.
81.
Fire at will.
tell me over here is gonna be
Construction droid reporting work complete. Construction droid reporting work complete. Our technology has advanced. Enemy station engaged. Fire at will.
Who died? Not my Geonosius guy. Oh no.
Our technology has advanced. Enemy station engaged. Fire at will.
Oh shoot.
Mi condena, please.
The rebels have. Okay. Maybe occupation's 95. What isn't occupied? Oh, this system. Stupid odd system. Do we have a claim on it? Yeah, we probably should have one.
Construction units have cleared a tile blocker. Our technology has advanced. Enemy station engaged.
Council
Fire
agenda
at
ready.
will. Construction units have cleared a tile blocker.
This is starting.
Permission granted to land on platform 327.
I wonder what their economy is like. Yeah, it's in the trash. It is in the toilet. Well, let's finally take Camino. Hold up. Crazy idea. What if we make got so many stats and yeah, I'm kind of starting to get a little bored. I say that we pull it, we do it.
Mi condena, please. Mi condena, please.
Clear. Final droids report. Optimal and ready.
Let's just out and go chill here with the capital fleet, and then we'll have everybody else slide in. Hate to do this to the Trade Federation. But actually, no, we should have done the other war, but it's fine.
Planetary invasion was.
Forge World. Forge World.
We're going to need maintenance after this.
Mi condenablis visamis nabir.
Spaceport under attack. Engage defense protocols. Our
Mi condenablis visamis nabir.
The Trade Federation still all my planets. Yeah. Not a stuff. And we're at war with them, which is fine.
A spaceport has been lost. Spaceport under attack. Engage defense protocols.
Permission granted to land on platform 327. Permission granted to land on platform 327.
Enemy station engaged. Fire at will. A spaceport has been lost. Spaceport under attack. Engage defense protocols. Enemy troops landing. Construction units have cleared a tile blocker.
So this might be a little iffy, but yeah, we're chilling.
A spaceport has been lost.
Maybe.
Spaceport under attack. Engage defense protocols. Enemy station engaged. Fire at will. A spaceport has been lost.
Mikom de Renablis.
Bro, where are the rest of my fleets? Goodness, get up there, get up there.
Construction units have cleared a tile blocker.
Council agenda available.
Enemy station engaged. Fire at will.
What the heck? In every generation, the Aminoan people served empires and republics. What is this? What? Both old and new, as a tool, as their specialists, as bioengineers, as masters of cloning. Now the reins of Tipoca City roar with the winds of an emerging council, guided towards the Kaminoan people, formed by the people of Kamino. May our Prime Minister guide us towards enlightenment. Confederate Remnant, our empire will become a new empire known as the Kaminoan Theocracy. What the heck? Your civics, ethics, and dominant species be changed by the choice. You will retain your current chipset. What the heck? I kind of don't want to do it. Screw that, bro.
kommer denna bli?
The system has been fully surveyed. Enemy fleet engaged. Launch vulture droids.
Okay, I don't know. I think we'll be fine.
Enemy forces have captured a world. Does not compute.
Permission granted to land on platform 327.
Enemy station engaged.
Kind of not doing this to us right now. It's gotten to a point where it's getting boring, and low-key, I want to play something else. I want to do something different. I think we jump into the Boba Fett game. I'm getting burnt out on Stellaris, bro. We've been doing it forever. Let's see here. Star Wars Bounty Hunter. Or actually, let's just do the story mode for Battlefront. That'd be fun. I feel like that'd be kind of cool. We're gonna get definitely screwed on the copyright, screwed on the music. It's taking a minute. Come on. shoot. Yo, why does Anakin look like that, gang? He looks a little funky. We're gonna go campaign. Hold on, I feel like we're putting this John on special forces. Oh yeah, I think we need to adjust some video settings because it looks a little weird. Also, ooh, I'm gonna put me over here. Maybe, I don't know. I feel like I like the corner. Maybe this corner. Who knows? I'm gonna turn a night light. Or no, keep it on, screw it.
Captain, she's highly trained. Deception.
Ooh, yeah, aspect
infiltration.
ratio is a bit. Oh, shoot. What the, John? Oh, it's not even capturing her or whatever.
Iden Versio. Inferno Squad. Commander Versio. You must be important. Look at me. So let's talk facts. That's what I'm here for. You have the activation code. I've got the ability to help you out. Just give me the code. You know we can really use someone like you. Just help me and I'll help you. It's that easy. I'm gonna get what I want eventually.
Ooh.
My best technicians are
What's he
slicing
talking
into your
about?
droid right now. Take on my offer. All I want is the code. The Empire's time has come. You don't have to go down with it.
You're right. The Empire's time has come.
Netanyahu. Thank you. Thank you, Benjamin Netanyahu. Thank you.
VZ 626.
I'm liking that. I already know the story for this, so I'm just gonna walk in.
What have we here? An ID-10 tactical droid. You're way more advanced than the ID-9.
Oh.
Slicing into you is not going to be easy.
Might I suggest a less invasive procedure?
Wish I could, but we don't have the droid's access code.
Might I suggest finding the access code?
The captain's working on that in the detention
Don't find
center.
that, John. Just lock in, bro.
Until then, the only way to access this droid's data is to pry the memory core out of its shell.
Analysis shows this ID-10 has been modified with an electroshock prompt.
Which can't do anything if the droid is deactivated. Until it hears the access code, this ID-10 can't do a thing.
Might I suggest...
Please, just let me work in peace.
Oh, oh, yeah, we're on.
I shall remain silent until...
Here, let's... Video. What? What? To 120 hertz. Why do we only go up to 120 hertz? Do we go? Hey, let's just go borderless. Just go borderless and see what happens. Yes. Are you gonna give me my setting? Okay, we could probably also crank. Yeah, VSync on. We'll keep that the same for now. Ultra, baby. Yeah, it looks right.
ID-10 tactical unit.
3 to shock. Okay. Okay. Oh shoot. Oh shoot.
The ID-10 has been remotely activated.
It appears so.
Droid, execute the plan.
Yeah, this
Download
is
mission schematics from their computers, then come find me.
Yo, what are you, bro? Funky looking. Funky looking, dude. Can I do shocking? Okay, wait a minute. I think it's over here, yeah. Gee, they always pick the weirdest freaking key binds for these games. Okay. Oh, yeah, that should be G again. I see you. Okay, what now?
Use the ventilation system to reach me.
Bro, this motion blur is kind of crazy. Maybe it's just the style, you know?
You worry too much. Do I? You know who's in our cell phone.
How do I? Oh, yep. Okay, I guess we're going this way. What happens if we crank up? FOB. Did that work? I guess. What's 100 look like? Ooh, this is kind of a little crazy. We went a little silly with the motion. Yeah, I feel like I'm gonna puke. Okay, we're gonna turn that back down. Let's go 25.
We intercepted.
That doesn't look
Thanks.
Here, let's see what it looks like off.
We need any information that could be crucial to the Death Star attack at Endor.
Hello. You see me? Okay, where the freak do I go?
Remember, you don't have security clearance. You'll have to slice open doors.
Slice open doors. How? Oh, gee. Space.
How's that decryption coming along? Command is expecting updates before Endor is possible.
Yo. What's up, gang? Oh shoot! Oh! I thought he wasn't gonna see. Okay, we gotta lock in. we gotta lock in.
Report on that Imperial transmission we intercepted. Thanks.
We need any information that could be crucial.
Okay, so stealth meter shows the rebels.
Encryption coming along. Command is expecting updates before Endor is popped.
Yeah, if I go on the ceiling, you're not gonna see me. Okay.
I'll pass it along.
There you go. I'll pass you along, just like that. Ooh. Ooh. Okay.
There are too many rebels outside my cell. Find another way.
Bro, there's so many. I could beat him up. Fist fight. I think shift makes me go faster. Ooh, 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 ooh. Oops. Reset, reset, reset.
There are too many rebels outside my cell. Find another way.
Yo, where am I right now? I played this campaign before, but I think I do remember this part. Holy freak! Okay, he shows me all the ops. Where am I supposed to go?
Lockdown. You'll need to deactivate it from one of their terminals.
Okay.
Contact me when it's done.
How does it look? You were right.
Okay, we'll just find where this is. Yeah.
Let's get a technician in here for repairs right away.
Let's go. They didn't see nothing. They didn't see nothing. Ooh,
If you're done, regroup with me. It's time.
Yeah, screw that guy.
I hear you through the vent. You're close.
A little too close. Like right there.
Right on time. Let's go.
We out of here.
Agent Hask, do you read me?
Loud and clear, Commander Versio. You're right on time.
Why?
Moving to the communications center.
Whoa!
Copy that.
Well, oh, there we
Once
go.
I've located
Oh, this
and
is.
destroyed
It
the
was trying to
stolen
load the
Imperial
FOV.
message,
Oh
I
my
will
goodness.
signal for extraction.
Yo, holy. I feel like that might be a little too big. We might want to do our Minecraft FOV. Like, okay, so it had us at 55. What's a good note? Maybe like. No, we'll go with a tried and true classic. 69 FOV.
Hey, that's enough. You're locked up until after Endor.
No, I'm not. I'm coming out right now. What you finna do about it, huh?
So,
Yo, wait. Oh. I didn't read it. It said press middle mouse button to perform a takedown. So I guess I gotta do that.
Agent Hask, do you read me?
loud and clear, Commander Versio. You're right on time.
I'm moving to the communications center.
Copy that.
Let me out.
Once I've located and destroyed the stolen
Let
Imperial
me
message, I will
out.
signal for extraction. Droid, open the cell.
Forgot how mid these graphics look.
You're locked up until after Endor. After that.
Yeah, shut up. Boom. Here we Loki could go over 62 maybe. How do I do first person? Because I think there's an option. Hold up. It's C. Okay, interesting. Never mind. That's the wrong one. Where am I? I'll go first person. First person shooter. What is the keybind for toggling to first person in Star Wars Battlefront 2? No, it isn't. It says hold down, but okay. Gang. I'm holding it down. There, I guess we'll be able to change it later. Okay, do I get a weapon? No.
I got something.
Can I pick up your weapon?
Have the rebels figured out you wanted to be caught?
Never crossed their mind.
To be fair, we're operating
That's
outside
kind of
protocol.
alright, bro.
We should have just blown up their ship.
Would have raised too many questions. For this to work, we need to be subtle.
I understand, Commander.
By now, you are aware of the beacon directing
What happens if I like, pop up? Oh, I guess they can't see me.
away from Sullust. We are amassing the fleet in preparation for our attack on Endor. Join us. We need every available ship to strike at
Let's get after
The
it.
rebels still think we don't know about Sullust.
Let's go.
They have no idea what's waiting for them at Endor.
We need to keep it that way. If the rebels decrypt that transmission before
Oh,
I
shoot,
delete it,
okay.
everything will fall apart.
There we go. Then how would this look? Maybe a 75. Yeah, looks fine.
Slice it.
Oh shoot! Oh shoot! Oh shoot! Oh shoot! Yeah, what was that? It like spawns. I really do like the feel of this, though. What are you?
Agent Hask, I've reached the communication center. Deleting the message will trigger their alarm. Be ready for extraction.
Understood.
Hey, you saw me. Whatever. I like how fluid this looks. I mean, I do have a monitor.
I've located the encrypted intel.
Boom. Oh, yeah, this feels clean.
This is Mark 3. We have new orders. The Imperial fleet will move to the far side of Endor. There we will wait for the rebels to attack. Then...
I don't understand how they don't just keep backups of this,
There's
bro.
nothing for the rebels to learn.
Attention! An Imperial prisoner has escaped. She is extremely dangerous. Find her.
Age task.
Man.
It's time.
That was all part of the plan,
I'll
actually.
secure a blaster and reach the extraction point.
Okay, what does this give me? Ooh.
I'm on the move.
Okay.
So is the Corvus.
We're gonna pop them. Pop the ops. Headshots only, baby. Oh, we got hit. Oh! Oh! Y'all don't see nothing. Nobody watches these streams anyway, so like, they're never gonna believe me.
We found her! She's locked inside! Stop that prisoner before she leaves home!
Need us. I'm on the move.
So is the Corvus.
That's unfortunate. That's what happened.
Slice this.
Just like fun. Shoot control panels to open or close doors. Yes. How many guys can you send in? So now we're just farming. feel this.
We got two
Looking for enemies. Need a slice.
I'm gonna get trapped in. Thank you. Okay. We did it.
Agent Hask, I'm in position.
Understood, Commander. Prepare for extraction.
The John, she's just awful.
Agent Hask.
Commander on deck.
At ease.
Mission accomplished, Commander.
0 casualties. Looks like you're still second in command.
Oh, I'm patient. I can wait.
Agent Miko. Those jump calculations were perfect.
Let's go, Agent
The landing
Mika.
wasn't too rough.
Been through worse. Remember the Job S incursion?
Still haunts my dreams.
Contact the Admiral.
Yes, Commander. And the message?
The fleet's location is still safe. Today, the rebellion dies.
Honestly, this is just a good campaign. Like, holy.
Fiat. Get me Inferno Squad, now.
Commander Versio, report.
We have eyes on a rebel recovery team, Admiral, but we're too late to capture the saboteurs.
What's the status of the Death Star shield generator?
Worse than expected. There's no way to repair or reactivate.
Then our battle station is vulnerable. Eliminate the rebels and return to the Corvus. The Emperor's plan must not fail.
Yes, sir. Agent Hask with me. Agent Miko, cover us from here.
Although this story just follows like the entire film.
One target, dead ahead. Follow my lead.
Understood, Commander.
Alright.
What's your status?
Let's pop them, gang.
Threat analysis.
Oh shoot. Oh, what the John? Maybe we should have just ran into it. Ooh.
One target, dead ahead. Follow me.
Understood, Commander.
I don't know. Do I do that or do I not?
Slice it.
We'll just go with the E11.
Show me threats. It's over. Bunker is secure.
Alright, that wasn't too hard.
More rebels. Wait for my signal.
Yes, Commander.
Rebel commanders did nice work here. No targets in vision, but to the clean sector. I don't see a single impasse here.
Oh shoot. Oh. Ooh, that's what happens when we don't.
One target, dead ahead. Follow my lead.
Understood, Commander.
Okay, so this area is easy. There's just 3.
They're under us. Going loud.
Show me threats.
Oh yeah, that's a lot. Come on.
One target, dead ahead. Follow my lead.
Understood, Commander.
Careful, Commander. Single target on the trail ahead.
Take down.
Otherwise,
Can I just take down the entire like, all of them?
Good spotting, Agent. We'll take it from here.
They're under us. Going loud.
Scan the area. More rebels. Wait for my signal.
Moving to attack!
Looking for enemies.
Guess there's just one left over here.
Commander, rebel reinforcements inbound.
Weapons free. Neutralize all targets.
Yes, Commander.
Understood.
Where's the John?
Threat analysis.
Bring
That's all
it.
of them. Regroup and prepare to move out.
I know what 2 does. Guess I'll never find out. I just wanted to see what 2 does, and I sent it, and then there was a cutscene.
Okay, those can't be all of them. Those rebel commanders must have already moved on.
We should too.
We're near platform 4.
Is there a shuttle there?
No, TIE fighters only.
Even better.
We should move carefully. We don't know how many rebels are out here.
No, we'll deal with them the same as the rest. Today we wipe out that scum once and for all.
Oh no!
Look alive, agents. We can grieve later. Right now we need to move.
On you, Commander.
Emperor dead. Kind of, not really dead.
We need to reach Platform 4 and secure those TIE fighters. That's our only way back to the Corvus. Agent Miko, scout ahead.
Yes, Commander.
Agent Hask, contact the Eviscerator. I need to speak with the Admiral.
Yes, Commander. Patching you through now.
Admiral, Inferno Squad is evacuating Endor. What's the situation?
Vice Admiral Sloan has ordered a retreat. We're pulling out of the system. Make it to your ship, Commander. Survive. I will send you the rendezvous coordinates.
Yes, sir. We'll contact you when we reach the Corvus.
I don't understand how this happened. The trap was perfect.
Someone made a mistake. High Command overlooked something crucial again.
No, there has to be more to it. The rebels were outnumbered and outgunned.
It's simple. The Emperor underestimated the strength of our enemy, and we paid the price.
Commander, permission to speak briefly.
Granted.
I know we're alone, Ida, but that sounds treasonous.
Look to the sky, Hask. It's not treason if it's the truth.
Heads up, Commander. Rebel
Straight
patrol headed your way.
bars.
Thank you, Agent Miko. We'll take
See how
care of
these
them.
textures work. Okay. Oh. They do a good job. Yeah. Yeah, wow. This game came out in 2017. So yeah, this is impressive. I'm not gonna lie. Like, you can tell there's layers to it, and it's all like static 2D images, but you can't tell that. Like, it looks complete. Oh, what the jaw? Oh. I guess I wasn't supposed to shoot them. But yeah, dude. Well, let's see how far a render distance is, because they're definitely masking this forest. Yeah, cause like.
Bunker's right here.
I have a
Heavy
visual
weapons
on the
stacked
patrol.
according to reports. Get inside, get what we can. We're taking this man back from you.
Fire!
Taking them down.
Ooh! I have to be the one that fires first. I have to be the one that fires first. No, don't make me do this part of the game.
Heads up, Commander. Rebel patrol headed your way.
Thank you, Agent Miko. We'll take care of them. I have a visual on the patrol. Fire!
Taking them down.
Yeah, holy.
Patrol neutralized.
It's what they
That was
deserve.
cool.
Commander, I put eyes on a rebel ambush. We lost a shuttle and our men are overrun.
Keep scouting, Agent. We'll see what we can do. Scan.
Holy, bro.
The rebels have them pinned down.
We have to help our troopers. Go. Stand your ground and Return fire!
Inferno, squad!
The Empire is evacuating Endor. Push back these rebels.
Understood, Commander. We're with you.
We're popping in Johns.
Commander, I'm hearing reports of enemy transports landing across Endor. They're deploying troops all over this move.
We won't be here much longer.
Commander, look.
That's all of them. Time to keep moving.
This is like a special gun I can carry.
That's the point, Sergeant.
Ooh.
All the same, we're in your debt, Commander.
I like when they make a game look like this. Like, this looks good. Like, objectively, even though these aren't the highest quality textures, you're not zooming in all the time. And like, holy, just everything combined creates such a stunning, beautiful image. This also is on ultra graphics, so I guess that makes sense. Like, if we, I'm not gonna crank. I kind of do want to see what it looks like cranked out to low. Ooh. Yeah, you can do details loaded as you get closer, but it's different, like lighting. Creates so much contrast. I do remember this area. I remember this area being really hard.
Over here, Commander.
Whoa. See all the Ewoks and stuff, that's cool. Oh, lucky.
Be ready, Agent Task.
I want to climb up there.
If there are Imperials in this area, I want them found.
Sirs make their allies more effective and can deploy defensive turrets. Prioritize officers when possible.
I saw a few more carriers headed to the next sector. Cargo and capital ships are moving in.
The Death Star's gone. The Empire doesn't stand a chance now.
Orders at the capture are eliminating heads or officers we spot. Keep an eye on them, all right?
Will do.
Scanning. I'm going for it! Sorry. We're done here. Agent Miko, what's your position?
I've rallied a squad near the platform. Waiting on you and Agent Hask before we move in.
On our way. Agent Miko,
Let's go,
situation
boys.
report.
Hey, look at this, bro. Holy.
Looks like you're ready for it. Troopers, we're gonna take back that platform and evacuate this moon. And then we're gonna make the rebellion pay.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, Commander. We're with you. The TIE fighters are on the top level, Commander.
Open fire!
Get down! Commander, the rebels have hijacked an ATST.
We need to take down that walker! That armor's too strong for blasters. Scan the area. siege off the area. Walker down. I repeat, the ATST is down.
Even with superior firepower, the rebels can't win. I see a
We'd be like making moves and stuff. Crash this one. Oh my goodness, yeah, look at this.
Looking for enemies.
Rebels neutralized.
The platform is ours. Get to the lift. Meet me at the top to secure those ties.
Yes, Mom.
What did John do when he got it done? I guess we go here.
Commander, contact on the platform. Enemy forces are sabotaging our ships and preventing an escape.
Take them down, and secure the TIE fighters for our escape.
Suppress and extract. I'm looking forward to it. Prepare to engage.
Show me threats. Push forward! Task, take the first tie. Get the corpus ready for retreat.
Yes, Commander.
Agent Miko, that's your TIE fighter.
I'll cover you until you escape.
No, leave now. I'm first in, last out.
Taking off, Commander.
I'm right behind you.
I gotta solo all these guys. We shouldn't have survived.
Scan ahead.
Should be done, should be done, should be done. Whoa, what are we doing? There we go.
Commander.
Starfighter secured. See you up there, Agent.
Yeah, blast. Got used to. That's cool. Alright, we're on a roll right now. I think so. Long Cali Cruiser.
Scan.
Created Inferno so something like this wouldn't happen again.
I know. Hard to believe this is all that's left.
This destruction is the true face of the rebellion. It's the reason we've been fighting so long.
Tried to make them afraid, we only made them angry.
Someone told me once that rebellions are built on hate. I never stopped believing it.
How are we supposed to fight that?
The Empire will change. Just like it did when they destroyed the first Death Star. We adapt or die.
Odd timing, because she just said we adapt or die, and she.
This destruction is the true face of the rebellion. It's the reason.
I really like how I get highlighted. Oh yeah. With the lighting effects.
Someone told me once that rebellions are built on hate. I never stopped believing it.
How are we supposed to fight that?
The Empire will change. Just like it did when they destroyed the first Death Star. We adapt or die.
Yeah, where? Oh. Why is there a ship over there? Oh, it's a Mon Cala cruiser.
What is it, Hask?
The Corvus was damaged by the Death Star explosion. Engines are down, but the crew is making repairs.
Get the rendezvous coordinates from the Admiral.
Bro, I can't fly a freaking TIE fighter. How do I suck this bad?
This destruction is the true face of the rebellion. It's the reason we've been fighting so long.
We tried to make them afraid, we only made them angry.
What happens if I hit
Someone
a
told me
piece
once
like
that rebellions are built on hate. I never stopped believing it.
How are we supposed to fight that?
The Empire will change. Just like it did when they destroyed the first Death Star. We adapt or die.
Commander, we have a problem.
What is it, Hask?
The Corvus was damaged by the Death Star explosion. Engines are down, but the crew is making repairs.
Get the rendezvous coordinates from the Admiral.
Commander, I'm picking up quite a few ship signals outside the debris field.
Any of them Imperial?
Not many.
That's a Mon Calamari cruiser right there.
What about the Admiral Star Destroyer?
It's really
The
like a
Eviscerator is
foreign
positioned near the Corvus. It appears to be fully
or
functional.
whatever.
At least Hask isn't alone on the Corvus. We might actually make it out of this alive. Agent Hask, we're approaching the Corvus. What's the status on the engines?
Ion injector systems at 60%. I'm diverting shield power to reignite the engine systems. Commander, fighters inbound.
Bombers 2, defend the Corvus. It has no shield power.
Battles. Oh shoot! Maybe I should go too fast, and we can slow down and then just snipe them.
Agent Hask, we're approaching the Corvus. What's the status on the engines?
Ion injector systems at 60%. I'm diverting shield power to reignite the engine systems. Commander, fighters inbound.
Bombers 2, defend the Corvus. It has no shield power.
Okay, let's see how close I can get to this.
I think that's the wrong way.
Yeah, shut up.
Direct hit. That's one for you.
Bombers are making their attack run now.
Fighter down. One down.
Agent Hask, status report.
We have the rendezvous coordinates, but the crew needs time to repair the engines.
time. Agent Miko, let's take out these bombers.
Engines are almost ready, Commander.
Picking up more bombers on my scanner.
He's done for. That'll show him. Engines are operational, Commander.
Perfect timing. Agent Miko, get to the Corvus. I'm right behind you.
Commander Versio, order your ship to retreat, then join me on the Eviscerator.
Sir?
Classified orders, Commander.
Oopsie. Oopsie. Oh.
Agent Hask, we're approaching
There's
the
no.
Corvus.
Oh,
What's
we
the
gotta do the
status
whole
on
thing again.
engines?
Ion injector systems at 60%. I'm diverting shield power to reignite the engine systems. Commander, fighters inbound.
Bombers 2, defend the Corvus. It has no shield power.
Direct hit.
Bombers are making their attack run now.
Not bad. They're done.
Agent Hask, status report.
We have the rendezvous coordinates, but the crew needs time to repair the engines.
We can make time. Agent Miko, let's take out these bombers. Agent Hask, we're approaching the Corvus. What's the status on the engines?
Ion injector systems at 60%. I'm diverting shield power to reignite the engine systems. Commander, fighters inbound.
Bombers 2, defend the Corvus. It has no shield power. Bombers are making their attack run now.
Good shot. That'll show him.
Agent Hask, status report.
We have the rendezvous coordinates, but the crew needs time to repair the engines.
We can make time. Agent Miko, let's take out these bombers.
One down. Engines are almost ready, Commander.
Picking up more bombers on my scanner.
Fighter down. Not bad. Commander.
Perfect timing. Agent Miko, get to the Corvus. I'm right behind you.
Commander Versio, order your ship to retreat, then join me on the Eviscerator.
Sir?
Classified orders, Commander. I will brief you in person.
Yes, Admiral. Inferno Squad. The Admiral and I will rendezvous with you later.
Understood, Commander.
Yeah. Pack Mule Ultimate Inventory System, a remedy for cramped character sheets and the chaos they create. Here, every single item in 5th edition is brought to life as one of over 1,200 beautiful, functional item cards, kept neatly organized within class-specific...
Today, I'm once again going to be making Minecraft as satisfying as I reasonably can using mods. I've done a few videos like this in the past, and within each of them I tried to keep it mostly client-side. This I'm going to be keeping it completely client-side, so you should be able to play with this setup just about anywhere. Whether that's just a realm with some friends or a public server, it'll be good to go. In fact, I'm recording this entire video on a completely vanilla private server of mine, not a single mod installed on it. I'll be overhauling the graphics, audio, the UI, pretty much everything I can to make this game an absolute pleasure to play. And I'm making this entire setup available as a mod pack, so if you want to try for yourself, link will be in the description. Anyway, let's get into it. So, for starters, I'll be carrying forward about half the mods from the previous 2 videos into this one. This includes the obvious mods like Sodium, Iris, and Continuity, along with the following mods and resource packs: fresh animations, complementary shaders, presence footsteps, camera overhaul, though I've modified it to be fairly subtle. Physics mod, this time around I'm only enabling a few settings within. Packs: fresh animations, complementary shaders, presence footsteps, camera overhaul, though I've modified it to be fairly subtle. Physics mod, this time I'm only enabling a few settings within. Auto HUD, Visuality, Theon's Eating Animation Pack as a replacement for eating animations, Make Bubbles Pop, and Sounds, an updated version of Extra Sounds. As for everything else I featured in the previous videos, I either didn't include them because they aren't client-side, or I felt I could find a better alternative for what I'm trying to accomplish here. And speaking of the previous videos, if you'd like to check them out, link is above. So, we've got our base of mods to start from, already a pretty solid foundation, but we're going to be adding a lot more. And I'm going to be breaking this into a multitude of categories, each covering individual portions of the game, and these categories will include core mods, nature, weather, the fine details, and quality of life. So, like I said, core mods at first. This will be our foundational mods. Foundation we're placing on top of our previous foundation. It isn't the biggest category, but everything within this category is essentially ever present. So, we'll start with Euphoria patches, an extension mod for complementary shaders. This mod introduces a very large quantity of incredible features to complementary, many of which we are going to take advantage of. First off, seasons. This setting introduces fully client-side rotational seasons to the game, each having a unique visual identity. Spring features extra green foliage and additional flowers. Summer is quite similar to the default visuals. Autumn introduces beautiful fall foliage, and winter covers your world in snow. I've enabled interactive foliage. It allows foliage to be displaced by your character. I turned on shooting stars to further improve the night sky. Procedural pixel water, which I think looks fantastic. And cave smoke to make caves just a little more mysterious. There's tons of settings found within this mod, along with complementary in general. I'm not going to cover everything I've changed. I will mention a few more settings when applicable later in the video, but the mod pack will include those changes I've made. In order to improve third person, I've included both a smooth third person camera and shoulder surfing reloaded. When combined, these mods make playing in third person just an absolute dream. With shoulder surfing, you can control the exact position of your camera, and smooth third person camera allows the camera to smoothly trail behind you. The strength of this effect can be customized as well, and naturally I've paired these mods with fresh animations player extension resource pack. The quality of this pack really speaks for itself. It's just insanely well made. There's a ton of great player animation overhaul resource packs available out there, so if you prefer one over player extension, you can very easily switch it out. Controlify is the next mod I'll be installing, and this mod allows you to play Minecraft with a controller, but just saying this honestly does not do the mod justice. Controlify works extremely well. I tested this mod with Xbox and PlayStation controllers, both were detected flawlessly. The default key bindings are intuitive and fluid, and you can completely remap everything if you wish to. Controlify even supports features like gyro functionality if your controller does, which is pretty wild. The mod just works so well, it's impeccably smooth. You can control your movement speed, something that's just not possible on a keyboard. Amazing mod. Now, the final mod I'll be including within our core mods is Hold My Items. Just as shoulder surfing and smooth camera improve at third person, this mod enhances at first person. Once installed, your arm is always visible, and not only that, it provides a whole host of new animations, mining, combat, even lantern physics. Overall, a massive boost to the first person perspective. Moving on to our next category, nature, I'll be substantially upgrading the natural beauty of the world, and this will mostly be done with resource packs, not exclusively, but there's a lot of them in this section. So for starters, I'm going to be including Rainbow's Foliage Polytone Edition, an amazing foliage replacement pack that gives leaves significantly more volume, and it manages to do this in a way that doesn't have a noticeable repetition. You'll need the Polytone mod in order for this pack to work correctly, as the title indicates, and also be sure to, within complementary settings, set real-time shadows to high. If you don't do this, the leaves will look, well, terrible. Next, I've included O's colorful grasses. There's several versions to choose between. I've gone ahead and selected a mix. Once installed, grass throughout your world will now not only be fluffier, it'll also be far more varied. So this will handle enhancing grass's visuals, but flowers could also use an overhaul as well. For this, I've included Mickey Joe's flowers. And I'm not gonna lie, I was shocked when I saw just how good this resource pack looks in game. I'd never seen it before and only found it after coming to the conclusion that flowers are a little underwhelming after installing the previous 2 resource packs. But these flowers are just fantastic, very high quality. And to enhance flowers even further, I've installed the Dense Flowers mod. This allows multiple flowers to spawn on a singular block, helping reduce repetitive visuals and provide more density. And naturally, this works very well with Mickey Joe's flowers. I'm still not done with foliage yet. I've also lumped in bushy pink petals, wildflowers, and leaf litter. By now, a good portion of our other foliage is nice and voluminous, so why not leaf litter? I tested like 6 different resource packs that make the same change, and for our purposes this time around, this one was my favorite. At this point, there's only a few pieces of foliage left that are in need of fluffifying. For crops, we'll be using Bees Fancy Crops, and vines will enhance using Retextured Vine. And that should cover pretty much all foliage. With these resource packs installed, foliage will be dense, fluffier, and very nice to look at. And I'll also be including Lambda Better Grass as well, allowing grass to grow on the sides of blocks. Now, the final mod within this category, and kind of unrelated to the rest of it, as its focus isn't foliage, we'll be adding cozy critters and creepy crawlies. This mod introduces a few atmospheric creatures to the game. You've got birds, which you'll frequently notice flying together in the distance. Pretty awesome, it makes your world feel more alive, and they're even reactive, so if you get near them, they'll take off. You have probably noticed that they are 2D, however. I'm sure this style will be somewhat divisive. If you decide it isn't for you, they're easily disabled. The mod also introduces spiders crawling around cobwebs and moths that find themselves attracted to light sources, and just like the birds, if you don't like either of these, you can turn them off as well. So for our next category, we'll be enhancing the visuals and audio of weather. And to start this off, we've got Atmosphera. I'm including this mod first within this category because it could arguably go into the nature category as well that we just covered. It's a bit of a tweener. Atmosphera is yet another ambient sounds mod, and as I mentioned in my previous video, it's pretty quickly becoming one of my favorites. The sounds provided by Atmosphera fit into the Minecraft world incredibly well. Very rarely do I find it to be intrusive, and you can alter the volume of each region's audio. If you say find jungles to be a little too loud, just turn them down. Next, I've installed a mod of Better Clouds. This provides clouds that I personally feel are a pretty big step above the default clouds, and they work very well with the shader we're using. You will, however, need to disable complementaries built in clouds. The next few mods and resource packs are oriented around enhancing rain, first of which we've got the always amazing Particle Rain mod. It introduces tons of weather effects like ripples, water streaking down surfaces, sandstorms, and so on. I will actually, however, be disabling the built-in rain particles provided by Particle Rain in favor of the rain included with complementary. I just think for our current setup, it matches a little bit better, considering just how shader-focused it is. In addition to this, I've included gentler weather sounds. It replaces rain audio with a much more subtle alternative, plus the cool rain mod, which allows several different blocks to produce different sounds when rained upon. Very, very satisfying. So a couple mods left for this section. I will next be including drip sounds. Literally just makes it so all water and lava drips use a dripstone to dripping sound effects. A very subtle mod, but quite nice nonetheless. And finally, I've included immersive storms, which provide some wonderful fog effects during harsh weather. This complements Particle Rain, sandstorms, and blizzards wonderfully. During these conditions, it only makes sense that your vision is significantly impaired. And this mod is really only going to be noticeable when shaders are disabled, but I felt it was still worth including. And now we move on to the largest category, the fine details. This section includes a wide variety of mods and resource packs that accomplish really a whole assortment of stuff. First, we've got connected bricks and rocks. These are 2 resource packs that utilize optimize the continuity mod to allow connected textures between, well, a variety of bricks and rocks. A very visually pleasing result. And there's also the connected paths resource pack. However, I with reluctance have not enabled it by default. This is due to the fact that it just doesn't play very well with Euphoria Patch's seasons. Wherever connected textures occur with grass, specifically when grass is advancing onto neighboring blocks, the little strip of grass that makes its way onto another block keeps the basic grass texture. It doesn't adapt to the current season, and this is distracting enough to me that I'd rather just have it off. Very sad, I know, but sometimes sacrifices have to be made. I've still included it in the mod pack, just disabled by default, so if this problem doesn't bother you, you can just go ahead and re-enable it. Next, we've got subtle effects, which is a very satisfying ambient particle mod. You'll see this mod in action just about anywhere you go. Flower forests, underwater, jumping slimes, lanterns, the list just keeps going. Particle interactions is another very pleasing mod. It adds or replaces a huge number of interactive particles in Minecraft. Once again, some examples include placing and breaking many different block types, running on many block types, using flint steel, and many more. A very large quantity of interactions are significantly enhanced by this mod. I've also got particle effects, which will make it so all potions have their own unique particles. Very good stuff. I figured torches could also use an upgrade as well, so I've gone with torches reimagined. Now torches are beautifully animated, both in hand, which pairs it very nicely with Hold My Items, and placed on walls. And lanterns deserve some love as well, which is given by extended illuminate. Due to the Hold My Items mod, lanterns will already be 3D in first person, but third person can still make use of this. The fire rekindled resource pack, along with its connected textures extension, will also be included, providing new visual effects to things like fire, explosions, furnaces, and many more. And the tight fire mod, which I've included as well, makes fire a little less jank when burning stuff like slabs. Swinging lanterns is another mod I'll be including. It allows lanterns to swing freely when connected to the bottom of a chain, and the intensity of the swinging will be altered by weather as well. Up next, we've got inventory particles, which will make it so when you pick up and move around just about anything, it'll be trailed by reactive particles. And these particles behave as you'd expect them to. Leaves will gently float away, for example. I've also added the immersive hopper mod, which provides several different animations when you place blocks, use cool, scroll, stuff like that. Another incredibly satisfying mod I've included is footprint particle. Once installed, both you and creatures will leave behind temporary footprints. And what's great about this mod is the footprints aren't always present. They only manifest on blocks that make sense, so they'll show up on grass and sand, but not stone. Unless you are wet. If it's raining or you were recently in water, you will leave behind footprints. Very cool. Wakes deserves to be included as well. It provides wake effects to boats along with players and mobs. Now when you move around in water, it'll react to your disturbances. I've also decided to add the zombie overhaul resource pack, which will simply provide a bunch of varieties to your usual generic zombie. And finally, the last mod I'll be including for this category is the immersive music mod. This mod introduces over 100 new songs to Minecraft that play depending on what biome you're in, and plus you can alter the frequency at which music plays. Because there's so much variety with this mod installed, especially since Atmosphera provides some music as well, I've set the music to constantly play. If this is too much for you, it can once again easily be adjusted. So for our final category, we'll be including a few additional quality of life mods. Not a very long section, but still some mods that will be very nice to have. For starters, we have Fast Quit. Once installed, you can back out of both single player worlds and servers immediately, then it'll just save in the background. Very satisfying. Next, we've got mouse tweaks, which makes interacting with inventories feel much more intuitive. I've also included land dynamic lights, so if you aren't using the provided shader, light sources will still glow within your hand. And finally, I've added Resourceify. This mod will allow you to browse resource packs and shaders from within Minecraft. So if you'd like to add anything else yourself, you can very easily do so. Now, at this point, we've got all our mods together, and now it's time for us to appreciate the complete result. So here's some gameplay of it all in action.
What's the plan, Commander?
Keep this Star Destroyer safe. The rebels can't learn about Operation Cinder.
You know what? I might have just been muted this whole time. I don't know how long I've been muted. What is the cutscene in between the operation? Wait. No. What is the cutscene in between Infernal Squad getting back on the Corvus after the Death Star explodes and they fight off the bombers in Star Wars Battlefront 2 and them getting deployed again to fight more TIE fighters, or not TIE fighters, X-Wings, and then also take out a rebel Corvette that is trying to discover Operation Cinder? What is there a cutscene in between that? We missed the most pivotal cinematic sequence in the game.
Find your next possibility on Cars.com. Where to next?
Still staying up late gaming solo? With Hacko AI, get the ultimate companion for your playtime.
I noticed that the enemy jungle Ramus.
Confidence up.
Wow, that overgrown tunnel looks spooky.
The Emperor is dead.
So what happens now?
We retaliate, Commander. The Empire will assault the very foundation of the rebels' pathetic belief in themselves. Tell me, Aiden, what is the source of their belief?
Hope.
Correct. This messenger's presence is a great honor, one I choose to share with my daughter.
Admiral Versio, Operation Cinder is to begin at once. Resistance, rebellion, defiance. These are concepts that cannot be allowed to persist. You are but one of many tools by which these ideas shall be burned away. He, my messenger, he shall relay you to your target.
Operation Cinder is the last command of our Emperor, and the first step in securing our future. Inferno is crucial to its success.
What's our target?
You are not verified.
That information can wait. For now. Your next assignments, they are unusual. But these are unusual times. Go, Commander. Do what you do best.
Move to intercept that enemy Corvette.
On your position.
Agent Miko, engage those rebel ships.
Yes, Commander.
Blockade runner destroyed.
Commander Versio, this is Moff Wraith. Rebel iron cannons have disabled the Dauntless. Commander, I see numerous rebel transports headed for the Dauntless. Transports? They plan to hijack my ship. Annihilate them before they reach me. Do you understand?
Yes, sir. Fighters, form up on... Yes, sir. Fighters, form up on those rebel transports. Stop them from boarding the Dauntless and I'll take them down. Yes, sir. Fighters, form up on those rebel transports. Stop them from boarding the Dauntless and I'll take them down. Engaging enemy transport.
He's taking evasive action. Destroy it before it has a chance to board.
Yes, sir. Fighters, form up on those rebel transports. Stop them from boarding the Dauntless and I'll take them down. Engaging enemy transport.
He's taking evasive action. Destroy it before it has a chance to board.
One down.
There are still two more searching the station. Stop them before they find a way to breach my ship.
It's under control, sir. Agent Hack, follow me.
Yes, Commander.
Rebel ship destroyed.
Once we're clear, we should attack the rebel cruiser. How would I do that, Agent Task, seeing as my ship is disabled?
We'll figure it out, sir. That's all of them. Dauntless needs to restore power. Let's take out those rebel ion cannons.
Yes, Commander. Then we shall decimate the rebels.
Due respect, sir. Once your systems are online, you should flee the system with the satellites.
Like a coward? Absolutely not. Agent Hask, enemy fighters closing in. Commander, I picked up a tail. Enemy fighter, .17.
On my way, Agent. Give me a clear shot.
I'll lead him inside the station.
On my way, Agent. Give me a clear shot.
I'll lead him inside the station. Commander Versio, he's still on me. I picked up a tail. Enemy fighter, .17.
On my way, Agent. Give me a clear shot.
I'll lead him inside the station. Commander Versio, he's still on me. Nice shooting, Commander. The bait. tail. Enemy fighter at .17.
On my way, Agent. Give me a clear shot.
I'll lead him inside the station. Commander Versio, he's still on me.
You're clear, Agent Hack.
Thanks for the assist, Commander.
Time to take out those rebel ion cannons.
You are clear, Commander. Get to that hangar.
I'm boarding the enemy ship. Agent Hack, join me inside when I give the order. Until then, cover the Dauntless.
Yes, Commander.
Boarding the enemy ship. Agent Hack, join me inside when I give the order. Until then, cover the Dauntless.
Yes, Commander.
Getting out of the ship!
Droid, slice the door.
It's too late! What do we do? It's a massive! How many are there? There's only one commando!
Scan the area. Agent Hask, I've cleared a path through the ship. Regroup in the weapons bay.
Copy that. I'm on my way to you now.
Scan ahead. Droid, overload the cooling cells. That'll shut down the cannons.
Commander, I'm here.
Keep me covered. Once that cooling cell is exposed, I'm going to destroy it. That'll shut down these cannons for good.
Understood.
The commander's down! Keep the Major safe! We need these cannons!
Droid, overload the cooling cells. That'll shut down the cannons.
Commander, I'm here.
Keep me covered. Once that cooling cell is exposed, I'm going to destroy it. That'll shut down these cannons for good.
Understood. Enemy troopers! I can handle it!
Droid, overload the cooling cells. That'll shut down the cannons.
Commander, I'm here.
Keep me covered. Once that cooling cell is exposed, I'm going to destroy it. That'll shut down these cannons for good.
Understood. I don't know!
Keep the Major safe! We need these cannons! Droid, overload the cooling cells. That'll shut down the cannons.
Commander, I'm here.
Keep me covered. Once that cooling cell is exposed, I'm going to destroy it. That'll shut down these cannons for good.
Understood. Enemy troopers!
They won't get to me! Never better.
Second cell is all yours, Commander.
Slice that.
More rebels coming in. Ion cannon ready for detonation, Commander. Efficient?
2 down. I have an idea for the last one.
Cooling cell is ready, Commander.
Good. I'm planting an explosive.
What happens when that bomb goes off?
Watch it.
Exactly as planned.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Is this part of the plan?
Grab onto something! Droid, the shield!
Come on, Droid! Rhino Squad! The Dauntless has regained power, but the docking clamps have locked us in place.
How can we help, sir?
Destroy the control source keeping me in place.
Sir, my orders are to protect the satellites, not attack an Imperial station.
Do not question my authority, Commander Versio. Attack the station, protect the satellites. Those are your new orders.
Yes, sir. Agent Hask, prepare for an attack run on the Fondor Station control tower. We can also disengage the clamps if we destroy the docking arm. Those are our power sources.
Good. The rebels must not learn about our intentions with Operation Cinder.
What are our intentions, sir?
Now, more than ever, power is the only path to peace. Destroy the control source keeping me in place.
Sir, my orders are to protect the satellites, not attack an Imperial station.
Do not question my authority, Commander Versio. Attack the station, protect the satellites. Those are your new orders.
Yes, sir. Agent Hask, prepare for an attack run on the Fondor Station control tower. We can also disengage the clamps if we destroy the docking arm. Those are our power sources.
Must not learn about our intentions with Operation Cinder.
What are our intentions, sir?
Now, more than ever, power is the only path to peace. Admiral Versio will cleanse the galaxy, Commander, to remind them who is truly in control. Commander, fighters inbound. Destroy those ships!
Their cruiser, we could learn quite a bit from our enemy.
The rebels have nothing to teach us. If we adopt their weakness, we fail. Quite right, Agent Hask. Order cannot exist until we bring the galaxy to submission. One step closer to safety.
Where will we deploy these satellites, sir?
Stop wasting time on questions, Commander. Release my ship. position. Today, Commander. Your father will be proud.
The satellites for Operation Cinder have been delivered to Admiral Versio. Our next mission is equally important. Inferno has clearance to access one of the Emperor's classified observatories buried on the planet Pilio. It contains dangerous artifacts our enemies could use against the galaxy. The observatory is protected by a mantle defense system. Agent Miko, we need your technical expertise to disable it. Take what you need for an expedition, locate and destroy the observatory.
The Empire's here. What I sensed was true. There must be something special about this place. You stay here, R2. The scanners probably spotted us.
I'll be fine, R2. You stay here, all right?
Why are we waiting here? Closing out! He's got him! Got a vision! What is that? Following you! Blast him! Blast him! We have our order! Target in sight! Soldier down!
It looks like the Empire is searching for something too. And here come the reinforcements. This isn't what I wanted. There's something down here. Something unnatural.
Is that what called to me? Perhaps it was something more. Looks like I'm not the only one who wishes the Empire wasn't here.
Hello? Can anyone hear me? Who are you?
I heard you call out. Sounded like you needed help.
Yeah, I do. You think you can get me out of this?
Hold still.
I know who you are. Why'd you help me?
Because you asked.
No, that won't do it. This will.
No, wait!
I've heard 100 stories about the Jedi. They terrified me as a boy on Coruscant, but you...
Come on. We need to work together if we're gonna get out of here. You're looking for something. So am I. It seems the Force has brought us together.
What a stroke of luck.
There's always more to it than luck.
The Force. Was that what got you past my men, or was it the lightsaber you were carrying?
I'm sorry.
That's what I thought. So why am I still alive?
They didn't give me a choice. You did.
More bugs!
Watch my back and I'll watch yours.
Yeah, I don't have much of a choice.
That amber. It's like concrete. Shatter's in contact too.
Why are these things attacking us?
They're angry. We're invading their home. It's here.
I'm getting close to the Emperor's observatory.
So that's why you're here.
Don't worry. I'm here to destroy it. Hold on. The observatory's protected. If I don't disarm the defense system, the entire camp will explode. Take it with it. Blast. It's covered in the amber.
I'll uncover the terminal. How's that?
Better. The defense system activated. The clock is officially ticking.
Your defense system is upsetting the wildlife.
I think we're waking up the bugs.
I'll hold them off. Keep working. These bugs are very unhappy.
terminal ready.
Over here! Thanks. I'm on it.
We've got 4 minutes before the system explodes.
I'd say we're both lucky.
I need help with those bugs! We've got 3 minutes before the system explodes.
Whatever's inside these doors, those bugs don't like it. There's nothing on this thing. How am I supposed to open it?
With a key.
Why would the Emperor have a vault that can only be opened using the Force?
Why do you think?
You're telling me the man who destroyed the Jedi Order was secretly one of them?
No. I'm telling you that as a boy on Coruscant, you were frightened of the wrong thing.
There's nothing dangerous in here. The Emperor's protecting junk. This is all worthless.
Not all of it.
What is that?
I'd like to keep this compass, if you don't mind.
My mission is to destroy this place. Why would I let you do that?
Because I asked. Thank you. I won't stop you from destroying this vault.
What?
Wouldn't you say the Empire's done enough damage to innocent worlds?
Finish?
I'm glad we were brought together, Del.
So what happens now? We both walk off in separate directions and pretend like this never happened.
I don't think you can. There's still conflict in you.
Of course there's conflict in me. I'm not blind. I know what the Empire is capable of, but what else is there?
A choice?
The rebellion?
No. A choice to be better. May the Force be with you.
Welcome back, Agent Miko. The Admiral needs us to extract an Imperial ally on my home world of Vardos. The target is Protectorate Gleb, a local official who once mentored both Agent Hask and myself. I don't know how this connects to Operation Cinder, but I have to trust the Admiral. Make the jump to Vardos.
Nothing like ghosts. Ghosts is open. We're gonna bomb Vardos. Honestly, Melatonin's pretty expensive.
That's the Dauntless. It's the ship we rescued on Fondor. Why is it here?
Was delivering cargo. Was carrying those satellites. Moff Wraith said they were needed for Operation Cinder. But he wouldn't tell us the target.
Neither would the Admiral. Now I know why.
Kinda real.
The satellites are aligned, sir.
Excellent. I did not call for you, Commander Versio.
Vardos is our target?
One of them, yes.
Why? The entire planet and its people, they're loyal to the Empire.
The Emperor commands it. We'll purge this planet and others. Fear shall spread, and the galaxy will remember who is in control.
This is our home.
The Empire is our home, and we will do as the Emperor commands.
I don't take orders from dead men.
You take orders from me! Activate the satellites now. Leave for Vardos immediately. Recover Protectorate Gleb. She is your only target. That is all. That is all. Contact Agent Hask on the Corvus. Tell him I need to speak to him immediately.
We'll find Protectorate Gleb in the archive. Follow me.
Do you still remember your way, Commander?
I don't forget.
Alright, I think we're gonna pop out and then just like watch a video or something.
In January of this
year, I low-key like More Perfect Union. What billionaires don't want you to know about a wealth tax. Okay. What do we do? Seattle's.
This is Seattle.
Seattle's over-engineered.
To most of the world, this city is a symbol of the rugged, untamed beauty of the American Northwest, a place defined by evergreen forests, deep blue waters, and snow-capped peaks. But look closer at the map and a different story emerges. Seattle is a city squeezed into a narrow isthmus, a thin strip of land less than 3 miles wide at its narrowest point, caught between the saltwater of Puget Sound to the west and the freshwater of Lake Washington to the east. As of 2026, the city of Seattle has reached a population of about 801,000, while the surrounding metropolitan area now houses over 3.6 million people.
Dang. What do they classify as a surrounding metropolitan area? That's what I always wonder, because like I'm gonna leak my location. We're gonna move that to the other screen. No, I'm not. It spawned here. Okay, yeah. So Seattle, like Seattle's here, Tacoma's here. All of this is like metro area, even North Seattle. Like, it's all, like, connected. Even Bellevue. Bellevue's a whole different city. And it's like it's here, and Seattle's, like, here. And then downtown Seattle's, like, here and stuff. But, I don't know. Bellevue, they have a freaking country club. This is, like, the rich awe city. So this is downtown Bellevue. Interesting. They have Bellevue Square is one of the biggest malls. Low-key best mall ever. Anyway, some highways going through it. Anyway, Seattle. Interesting awe city. Like, it's kind of small. Like Lumen Field, we got the Mariners Stadium, T-Mobile Park. That's where the Seattle Seahawks play. And then it's just like this strip of land. And let's see. Let's do a comparison. That's like around 2 miles. Meh. But then it gets bigger over here. So yeah.
Supporting this many lives on such a restricted footprint has required a radical defiance of nature. While tourists come for the scenery, many are unaware that the ground they walk on is often not the ground nature provided. Large sections of the city's industrial south and its famous central waterfront are built entirely on reclaimed land, artificial fill pushed into the sea over a century ago. To make this modern metropolis possible, early city planners took a different approach than San Francisco. Rather than building over the steep terrain, they chose to simply flatten it. The transformation went far beyond straightening rivers and filling in the bay. Using high-pressure water cannons, they staged a massive assault on the terrain, washing away millions of tons of earth to replace the city's steep mountains with a flat, functional urban grid. This leads to some obvious questions. How did an isolated settlement tucked between two wide bodies of water transform its restricted geography into one of the most powerful port hubs on the Pacific? What does it actually take to erase a mountain range to make room for a downtown? And in a city physically transform its restricted geography into one of the most powerful port hubs on the Pacific. What does it actually take?
That's not a mountain range, but it's definitely
to erase a mountain range to make room for a downtown. And in a city physically trapped by its own coastline, how do millions of people continue to move across a fragile lifeline of freeways, floating bridges, and a 21st century light rail system that is currently rewriting the region's layout? This is the story of Seattle, probably the most over-engineered city in North America.
But I eat healthy.
Chapter 1. The Logistics of Water. To understand why Seattle grew so large, you have to look at its position on the map. While many West Coast cities are defined by vast open plains, Seattle is basically defined by its constraints. The city sits on Elliott Bay, a natural deep water harbor carved out by glaciers that offered a level of protection and depth few other places could match. In the early days, this was the ultimate strategic advantage. It allowed Seattle to become the primary gateway for the Klondike Gold Rush and, eventually, the essential American link for trade with Alaska and the Pacific Rim. This geography essentially forced the city into existence. It was the only place where the deep sea met the rails in such a tight, manageable corridor. For over a century, the port was the undisputed heart of the economy. But if you walk through the city today, you'll notice a significant shift. While the cranes of the Northwest Seaport Alliance still dominate the southern horizon, the primary engine of Seattle's wealth has moved inland and upward. The city has transitioned from a hub of physical goods to a global center for intellectual property and cloud computing. The presence of giants like Amazon, which occupies a massive portion of the downtown urban fabric, and Microsoft, located just across the lake, has fundamentally rewired the city's purpose. As of 2026, Seattle's success is no longer tied strictly to how many shipping containers it moves, but to its status as one of the world's premier talent clusters. However, this modern success has a direct relationship with the city's physical structure. The tech boom has pushed the limits of the narrow isthmus to the breaking point, creating a demand for space that the original landscape simply couldn't provide. This modern pressure for high-density office towers and housing is the latest chapter in a long struggle against the terrain, a struggle that began when the city's founders realized that the beautiful, steep hills surrounding the harbor were actually a massive liability for a growing metropolis. Chapter 2. The Engineered City. Seattle is often praised for its natural hills and scenic vistas, yet the ground beneath the downtown core is largely a product of human intervention. In the late 19th century, the city's topography consisted of steep, glacial ridges that made basic transportation difficult. Horses struggled to pull wagons up the inclines, and early growth was physically restricted by the 7 hills surrounding the harbor. To address this, city leaders initiated a series of projects known as the regrades to fundamentally alter the landscape. The most prominent of these was the Denny regrade. Between 1890s, leaders initiated a series of projects known as the regrades to fundamentally alter the landscape. The most prominent of these was the Denny regrade. Between 1897 and 1930, engineers systematically removed the massive Denny Hill. They bypassed traditional excavation in favor of hydraulic mining, a technique borrowed from the goldfields. Workers aimed high-pressure water cannons at the slopes to liquefy the earth, directing the slurry into a series of tunnels and flumes that led directly into Elliott Bay. This process moved over 6 million cubic yards of earth in the final phase alone, effectively washing a mountain into the sea. This engineering effort created a flatter surface for skyscrapers and provided a solution for the muddy tidal flats to the south. Yet the city is still far from being flat after all. As the hills were removed, the resulting debris was used to fill in the Duwamish River Delta, creating over 2,000 acres of reclaimed land. This artificial ground serves as the foundation for the city's industrial district and its modern shipping terminals. By 2026, the 1,000 acres of reclaimed land.
What the John? Bro, literally, the Seahawks Stadium and the Mariners Stadium are on reclaimed land. That's crazy.
This artificial ground serves as the foundation for the city's industrial district and its modern shipping terminals. By 2026, the legacy of this flattening is visible in the contrast between neighborhoods. Areas like Belltown and the Denny Triangle sit on a level, predictable grid that supports the dense headquarters of global tech firms. Meanwhile, the steep remnants of Queen Anne and Capitol Hill serve as a reminder of the original terrain. This transition from a vertical, natural barrier to a horizontal, engineered platform allowed Seattle to scale from a small outpost into a functional, high-density metropolis. Chapter 3. The Lifelines of Transit. Managing the movement of millions of people through a narrow, hill-bound isthmus requires a highly specialized infrastructure. The primary artery for the region is Interstate 5, a massive north-south highway corridor that serves as the city's central nervous system. Built in the 1960s, I-5 carries over 200,000 vehicles daily through a concrete canyon carved directly into the edge of downtown. Because the city is so narrow, almost all regional traffic is funneled into this single path, making it one of the most heavily used and congested stretches of highway in the United States. To connect the city to the growing residential and tech hubs on the eastern side of Lake Washington, Seattle relies on engineering that is rare on a global scale: floating bridges. Because the lake is too deep and its bottom too soft for traditional piers, the city uses massive concrete pontoons to support the roadway. The Evergreen Point floating bridge holds the record as the longest floating bridge in the world at over 7,700 feet. These structures act as essential land links, turning the water from a barrier into a transit corridor, and I'm not meaning ferries. However, as of 2026, the definition of a lifeline in Seattle is fundamentally changing. The city has moved past its total reliance on the highway system with the completion of the Cross Lake connection. In March 2026, the Link Light Rail 2 line officially opened its full extension, connecting downtown Seattle to Bellevue and Redmond. This project represents a world first in engineering: high-capacity light rail trains running across a floating bridge. This allows thousands of commuters to bypass I-5 and the floating bridge traffic entirely, creating a permanent high-speed rail link between the two halves of the metro area. At the street level, the urban layout is also being reclaimed for those not in cars. Under the 2024 transportation levy, the city has accelerated the construction of a connected network of protected bike lanes and neighborhoods also being reclaimed for those not in cars. Under the 2024
what the hecky is this? Never seen that before.
Transportation levy, the city has accelerated the construction of a connected network of protected bike lanes and neighborhood greenways. In 2026, major projects are filling the gaps in the bike grid, particularly in South Seattle and along the waterfront, aiming to provide a flat, safe alternative to the city's remaining steep hills. By combining these 21st century rail and cycling networks with the massive infrastructure of the past, Seattle is attempting to solve the geographic puzzle that has defined it since its founding: how to remain a functional, growing metropolis on a tiny strip of land surrounded by water. If you enjoyed this little video into the structural evolution of the Pacific Northwest, please consider liking and subscribing for more mini documentaries on urban planning and engineering.
That's cool.
Year, Google co-founder Sergey Brin made his first major political donation. After he wrote a $20 million check to start a new super PAC, more million-dollar checks started flowing in from other Silicon Valley heavyweights. So what was it about this moment that moved Brin to get involved in politics for the first time? Why now?
Mr. Brin, you are worth $245 billion. Start paying your fair share of taxes.
A proposed tax on billionaires living in California is gaining national attention.
I mean, how many yachts do you need? They just keep getting wealthier and wealthier, and us on the bottom are just getting stuck with more debt.
When Sergey Brin wrote that $20 million check, he was responding to an unprecedented political moment.
We will deliver universal childcare for the many by taxing the wealthiest few.
At a moment of skyrocketing costs for healthcare, utilities, and groceries, a group of labor unions in California are making a bet with huge stakes.
The 214 or 15 billionaires in California collectively have $2.2 trillion worth of wealth, which is just an unimaginable amount of money. What we proposed is a one-time 5% tax on the worldwide assets that will produce $100 billion.
So we went to California to find out, is a wealth tax key to solving the state's problems? Or is it the first domino that could take down the fourth largest economy in the world?
You would see a significant reduction in taxes because taxpayers will move.
What can the fight over California's wealth tax tell us about the problems our country faces and how to solve them? At first glance, an elementary school outside of Boston might seem like a strange place to go to better understand a wealth tax in California. But once you understand what's going on here, it becomes more clear.
8 years ago, school breakfast was stigmatized. Our breakfast program, we served maybe 2% of students.
But on this day, in Watertown, Massachusetts, just outside Boston, every kid gets free breakfast. Same with lunch, and same at every public school across the state.
Here you go, Caitlin.
That's because back in 2020, with lunch, and same at every public school across the state.
Here you go, Caitlin.
That's because back in 2022, the state's voters approved a ballot initiative called the Fair Share Amendment.
The proposal would require people who make over $1 million to pay 4% more in state income tax.
Across the state, 2 free meals a day at school are saving millions of families money on groceries. Better trains and buses and tuition-free community college are lowering their transportation and education bills. All of it paid for with millionaire's tax.
Every year when Massachusetts reaffirms that we're having free breakfast and free lunch, I breathe a sigh of relief.
Everybody in Massachusetts who was a lobbyist and a spokesperson for the wealthy, they said, oh, we're going to see an exodus, a mass exodus of the wealthy.
These guys are going to say, okay, I'm going to go to Florida instead of staying in Massachusetts.
It's a very legit concern.
So Massachusetts doesn't want to position itself in a way that tax coding is an impediment to economic growth.
Well, guess what? There was no mass exodus.
In fact, the number of millionaires in Massachusetts actually grew close to 40% in the 2 years after the amendment passed. Now, the same argument is being recycled in California.
It's the California gold rush in reverse.
Just talking about it is sending billionaires running.
Some reportedly ready to move their businesses and their money across the country to Florida.
This is an exodus, isn't it? You're not for a wealth tax. Well, you can't isolate yourself from the 49 others. We're in a competitive environment.
Unlike the Massachusetts tax, the California proposal would tax wealth, not income, and it would apply to a much smaller group of people, the 200-odd billionaires in the state. It's also a response to one of the largest wealth transfers in the country's history.
I've been a healthcare worker for 57 years. This is the worst threat that I've ever seen.
When President Trump signed the legislation, the world changed.
Trump's signature on this bill redirected billions of dollars from Medicaid into the pockets of billionaires and corporations. So that money is now sitting in the investment portfolios of billionaires like Mark Zuckerberg and Sergey Brin instead of paying doctors and nurses and care flight pilots. That money is Trump's signature.
This is the worst threat that I've ever seen.
Transfers in the country's history.
I've been a healthcare worker for 57 years.
Trump's signature on
the worst threat that I've ever seen.
When President Trump signed the legislation, the world changed.
Trump's signature on this bill redirected billions of dollars from Medicaid into the pockets of doctors and nurses and care flight pilots. It's not lowering monthly premiums for low-income folks who are dropping out of the pool and making premiums go up for the rest of us.
So I'm a phlebotomist. What brings me here today is it's pretty simple, to prevent a healthcare collapse.
In California, the cuts amount to $100 billion over 5 years.
I look back at what happened in COVID.
This ICU is over capacity. Mass graves for those who can't afford a funeral.
It would be like seeing something of COVID, but permanent.
The Antelope Valley Medical Center has already had to close its public health clinic in response to this routing of billions from Medicare to billionaires' pockets.
If the ER closes in one town, the next town's ER is going to be overcrowded. Which turns out we're all in this together.
So we are in uncharted territory, and that's an unprecedented situation. Nobody has ever had to manage that before.
Can't just manufacture the dollars out of thin air. Ultimately, we are all going to pay. It is higher amounts we spend for doctor's visits, it's higher copays, it's higher insurance costs. It comes out of all of our pockets, one way or another. So there's this crisis, and the question facing California was what are you going to do about it?
If not asking the richest among us to pay, what do we do?
Well, we do. California has the most progressive tax structure in the United States of America.
There are billionaires who are sitting on equity who don't sell it.
We have billionaires that are paying us progressive taxes. We have the highest progressive tax rate in the United States of America.
It is true, California has relatively high personal income taxes. Those are meaningless to billionaires.
The income that you earn at your job, or that I earn by going out in public and begging strangers to talk to me.
We're working on a video about the billionaire tax. You guys want to talk about it? Do you want to talk about it? You guys want to talk about it? No. Okay. Hey guys.
We can see how much of it comes out every paycheck in the form of state income taxes. We can also definitely see the impact of taxes on gas and other necessities.
I might move to honesty because we have to pay tax for everything. Gas on it is tax. Everything.
I'm hearing you say the tax burden right now is falling on working people too much.
Pretty much. That's what it is.
But billionaires like Mark Zuckerberg, they get paid differently. He famously takes a $1 annual salary from Facebook, but he mostly gets paid in the form of shares of his company's stock. And if he never sells those shares, he never has to pay taxes on them. Same with most other billionaires in California. Despite holding nearly $2 trillion in wealth, the state's billionaires only contribute about 2.5% of the state's income tax base. The vast majority of their wealth is sitting in their investment portfolios untaxed. California could raise the top income tax rate to 95% and never touch that money. That is the point of a wealth tax. In California, it would be a one-time 5% tax on an individual's net worth if it's over $1 billion. And it can be helpful to deal in physical objects here since these fortunes are so huge. This is a super yacht. One of these costs about $500 million. If Mark Zuckerberg were to convert his entire fortune into super yachts, he would have 444.6 of them. If the wealth tax passes, Zuckerberg would be left with a measly 422 super yachts. In the 4 odd months it took for me to research, report, travel, and produce this video, Mark Zuckerberg's wealth, just sitting in its investment portfolio, has already grown by the amount he would be asked to pay.
5% if they're billionaires. When their wealth is growing 7% a year is almost a rounding error.
But many of these billionaires are still spending millions to try to defeat this tax, and already taking steps to try to get out of it.
Businesses are fleeing California.
It's going to cause a mass exodus. This wealth tax is having a huge impact on people fleeing to Florida.
It's a badly drafted effort. It's already had an outsized impact on the state.
Okay, to be clear, we're talking about 6 people. 6 billionaires who have told reporters that they either purchased real estate or incorporated LLCs outside of California. Plus, the proposal covers any billionaire who is a resident of California as of January 1st this year. So if they haven't taken steps already, it's too late. Recent polling shows that a majority of Californians favor the tax, but also that they're concerned that they will have to fit the bill if the billionaires flee. And the measure's opponents are spending millions to try to push this scare tactic to the public. It's an argument that sounds pretty similar to that of the governor, Gavin Newsom, and there might be a reason for that. Former Google CEO Eric Schmidt, Tony Zhu, CEO of DoorDash, Patrick Collison, CEO of Stripe. These billionaires have all contributed the maximum amount to Gavin Newsom's campaigns in previous cycles. As have other California billionaires like Reed Hastings, co-founder of Netflix, who also incidentally cut a $250,000 check to stop Zohran Mamdani from becoming mayor of New York. Taxing the ultra-rich was a huge part of Mamdani's campaign, and California billionaires took notice and started spending to try to stop it. Now, those same billionaires are counting on their years-long investment in Gavin Newsom, and it looks like it's paying off.
What would a compromise look like to you?
I don't know what there's to compromise.
Altogether, Newsom has received financial support from 50 of the state's billionaires and their spouses. And in a state with roughly 200 billionaires, that's not a drop in the bucket. As Newsom positions himself as a 2028 presidential contender, those same billionaires are now funding that effort through a couple of newly formed federal PACs. A sizable portion of Newsom's billionaire backers come from the tech sector, which is an important part of California's economy.
Your home is beautiful. Thank you. Do you think that you guys would also too leave California?
His billionaire backers come from the tech sector, which is an important part of California's economy.
Your home is beautiful. Thank you. Do you
A sizable portion of Newsom's billionaire backers come from the tech sector, which is an important part of California's economy.
Your home is beautiful. Thank you. Do you think that you guys would also too leave California if the billionaire tax passed?
I think that is our big fear. It's sort of the nightmare. We're kind of going through the phases of denial, acceptance, grief, however you call it.
These guys are betting that doom and gloom projections about billionaire founders being forced to sell their super voting shares and potentially losing control of their companies will be enough to scare voters into rejecting the proposal.
It shouldn't be too difficult. If on paper you're worth several $1 billion to come up with your wax payment without, selling shares or doing something about it.
There's even a special provision for startups that would allow their founders to delay paying the tax until after their company goes public.
We're trying to make it as easy and reasonable as possible. We're not trying to cause a liquidity problem for these billionaires. We're not trying to cause them to sell shares when they don't want to. We're just trying to use reasonable modern tools in order to close a gap.
Human rights!
And sure, billionaire-backed PACs are already spending big to try to defeat this proposal. But the billionaire class solidarity might not be as strong as you think. This is an interview with Jensen Huang, CEO of NVIDIA and one of the California billionaires who would be subject to the wealth tax.
Is it something that's of concern to you?
I haven't thought about it even once. We work in Silicon Valley because that's where the talent pool is. And whatever taxes, I guess, they would like to apply, so be it. I'm perfectly fine with it. It didn't cross my mind once.
For Huang, a one-time 5% tax is a small price to pay to live in a region where his business can recruit the most highly skilled workers. It's a perspective that mirrors that of the working Californians who I spoke with.
Billionaires are making their money off the backs of our public infrastructure. And so we need to make sure that they are paying their fair share for the resources that they're using.
They are making a lot of revenue on workers and working families in the state. And if they
So we need to make sure
perspective that mirrors that of the working Californians who I spoke with.
billionaires are making their money off the backs of our public infrastructure. And so we need to make sure that they are paying their fair share for the resources that they're using.
They are making a lot of revenue on workers and working families in the state. And if they cannot help with the 5% to help the workers that are making their businesses thrive, then see you later.
Why are we doing this? We are doing this because on July 4th of last year, President Trump signed a piece of legislation that's going to take $1 trillion out of the U.S. healthcare system. And that money is being moved to the richest people in the country.
Affordable healthcare, universal childcare, free school meals for every These are not radical concepts. They're part of everyday life in many parts of the world. But it took decades of work and 5 failed attempts before the millionaires tax became a reality in Massachusetts. Billionaire PACs are already pouring money into California to defeat this proposal. These things do not just become a part of everyday life. Not without a fight.
My name is Yulia, call sign Kuba. I have been fighting for Ukraine's independence since 2014. I am a combatant.
We'd like to thank Morgan & Morgan for supporting PBS. Take a look at this. Looks a lot like the American flag, right? So what's it doing all the way over here in Africa? You may have learned in school that the US founded Liberia, but the story is way messier than you heard. That's thanks to the organization behind this colony, the American Colonization Society, created by some of the most powerful people in America. Their mission was to get free black people out of the country and send them anywhere else, like Liberia. This idea was hotly debated. Was it a mass deportation scheme or a new path to freedom? The movement had a truly wide range of supporters, from black abolitionists to white enslavers to presidents Thomas Jefferson and Madison and Abraham Lincoln. Over several decades, public support for the society rose and fell and came roaring back again while everyone argued over colonization and a question we're still fighting about today: who gets to be American? So how did this organization attract both abolitionists and enslavers? Let's take a look at who founded the American Colonization Society, or the ACS, in 1816. These men came from the highest levels of power. They were congressmen, clergymen, a Supreme Court justice, and apparently the lyricist of our national anthem, Francis Scott Key. The ACS founders were very concerned about the rising population of free black people, since shortly after the Revolutionary War, this population grew 215%, from 59,000 to 186,000. People. Since shortly after the Revolutionary War, this population grew 215%, from 59,000 to 186,000. For comparison, the enslaved population had only increased by 70%, though it was much larger. Most free black people had either bought their freedom, fought for it through military service, or escaped to the north where states had abolished slavery. The way to deal with this growing population, according to ACS, was, quote, to promote and execute a plan for colonizing, with their consent, the free people of color residing in our country in Africa or such other places as Congress shall deem most expedient, end quote. The ACS pitched this to potential white members, and it resonated across party lines. Even respected black abolitionists like wealthy businessman James Fortin and Minister Richard Allen offered their cautious support. However, ACS member support was subject to certain conditions. For example, abolitionists insisted that colonization could only happen with free black people's consent, while enslavers made the society promise not to promote or even mention emancipation. Ultimately, there were three main things that united white ACS members. The first thing was a core belief. They believed that racial prejudice in white society was too deep to overcome. The members reasoned that their plan was benevolent. They were actually doing the best thing for black people by sending them somewhere they could have equal rights. We'll get there was a core belief. They believed that racial prejudice in white society was too deep to overcome. The members reasoned that their plan was for emancipation could only happen with free black people's consent, while enslavers made the society promise not to promote or even mention emancipation. Ultimately, there were three main things that united white ACS members. The first thing was a core belief. They believed that racial prejudice in white society was too deep to overcome. The members reasoned that their plan was benevolent. They were actually doing the best thing for black people by sending them somewhere they could have equal rights. We'll get to what the majority of black folks thought about that in a minute. The second was fear, although they feared different things. Enslavers were afraid that free black people would inspire and help enslaved people to revolt, especially after notable insurrections organized by Gabriel Prosser and Denmark Vesey. Abolitionists, on the other hand, feared social disorder, something they thought would happen if black and white society were integrated. The third and least controversial thing members agreed on was that colonization could resettle enslaved African people recovered from slave ships since the transatlantic slave trade was now illegal. However, they would send African people to a new colony and not the lands they were captured from. It was this last goal that also won the crucial support of the federal government. In 1819, President James Monroe, for whom Liberia's capital Monrovia is named, gave the society seed money to officially start a colony. For the next 47 years, 37% of ACS funding came from the government. In 1820, the first ACS ship set sail on the Mayflower of Liberia, carrying 2 federal agents, an ACS agent, and 86 free black colonists, mostly from New York and Pennsylvania. They headed for Sierra Leone, the British colony for resettled, formerly enslaved people. The ship landed in Cherbourg Island off the west coast of Africa, where sadly many colonists died.
Whoa, that's
By 1821,
crazy.
the society secured the land that would become Liberia. ACS agent Eli Aries and Lieutenant Robert Stockton signed an agreement with 6 local leaders, offering goods worth about $7,000, adjusting for inflation. Throughout the 1820s, new ACS chapters sprung up in almost a dozen states. Virginia, which had one of the largest populations of free black people, was among the biggest supporters with 21 chapters across the state. A handful of states would sponsor their own small colonies named after themselves that later became part of Liberia. Colonization had taken hold in white society, but to recruit black colonists, these members would face off against a powerful and organized resistance. After the ACS launched, it immediately sparked debate in black communities across the country. By the 1820s, there were hundreds of free black organizations, mutual aid societies, and service groups. Here, community members could discuss the day's most pressing social, political, and economic issues, including, of course, slavery and colonization. Take this committee meeting in Philly, for example. In response to the ACS's formation, James Fortin, a sailmaker and civil rights leader, called a gathering in Minister Richard Allen's church. These were 2 respected black leaders who were weighing whether or not to support colonization. Personally, they were leaning towards it, but they wanted to put the issue to vote. The result? A resounding and wall-shaking no. Fortin, who now firmly sided with his community, later wrote, quote, 3,000 at least attended, and there was not one soul that was in favor of going to Africa, end quote. So why did the vast majority of the free black community oppose the ACS? Well, for lots of reasons, but here are the top 4. First of all, activists rejected ACS's main claim. They argued that it was possible for black and white people to live side by side with equal rights if only those in power would remove the barriers of discrimination and racism. Secondly, the colonization society was a white-led movement. Its founders were white enslavers who had inflicted unimaginable suffering and were deeply distrusted by the black community. Because when white leadership wasn't involved, some black people did entertain the idea of leaving the U.S. Black leaders like Prince Saunders and James Fortin called for a black-led movement of immigration to Haiti. Fortin was also influenced by abolitionist Paul Cuffey, a black and Wampanoag sea captain. He personally sponsored 3 immigration trips to Sierra Leone in the 1810s that inspired the ACS, but he never gave them his support. Although immigration didn't gain widespread traction, they did successfully draw potential colonists away from the ACS. Third, colonization had a completely impractical price tag. Some estimates said it would cost $28 million to remove all free black people.
Oh.
This was a sticking point for people like Maria Stewart, who was one of the first black women to speak publicly on abolition and women's rights. She argued that ACS's money would be way better spent on education and improving the lives of black people in America. Last but definitely not least, free black people rejected colonization because of slavery. Going to Liberia or even Haiti to some people would mean abandoning the nearly 2 million black people who were still enslaved in America. This separation would undermine free black people's ability to support enslaved people and push towards their most important shared goal, universal emancipation. Writer David Walker summed up the case against colonization in a series of highly publicized public essays. He called out colonization as a way to deny African American citizenship, rights which they deserved. He wrote, quote, "Do they think to drive us from our country and home after having enriched it with our blood and tears?" End quote. By the early 1830s, collective rebuke by black activists had beanbagged the ACS's recruitment efforts. President Andrew Jackson, who was a former ACS vice president, cut their funding after an audit revealed that the society had been paid more than $250,000 and had only resettled 260 recaptured Africans. Up to this point, there were 3,000 people who went with ACS to become colonists in Liberia, while about 8,000 people emigrated to Haiti. Among the people who went to Liberia was John Russwurm. He co-founded Freedom's Journal, the first African-American newspaper which David Walker wrote for. After much reflection, Russwurm ultimately came to see Liberia as an opportunity to build black institutions and prove white narratives about black inferiority wrong. While many black leaders disagreed with his choice, it's worth recognizing that he and others who left were facing unchecked violence at the hands of white people. 2 years after Walker published his essays, he was killed in Boston, and his murderer was never caught. Ian Willingwood Garrison, a white abolitionist who became a passionate opponent of the ACS thanks to Walker, was dragged on the end of a rope by an anti-abolitionist mob until local black people saved him. Reputationally, the ACS was running on fumes. As tensions over slavery ratcheted up, the volatile state of the nation would give the ACS an opening to make one last run. In the mid-1830s to early 1840s, the ACS continued to send small numbers of mostly formerly enslaved colonists to Liberia from the rural south. This was happening through manumission, where white enslavers freed enslaved people on the condition that they would be colonized somewhere else. This typically took place when enslavers were on their deathbed after a lifetime of practicing slavery. One enslaver, Margaret Mercer, who saw slavery as evil and supported manumission, also wrote, quote, "I would rather die with every member of my family than live in a community mixed up of black and white," end quote. Going into the late 1840s, many white people's anxieties were higher than ever. This was a boon for the ACS, who stoked fears, especially in the West and Midwest, of free black people flooding their states and competing with working-class white people for land and jobs. In 1851, the ACS raised $100,000, their best year to date. One newspaper reported that more than 40 churches in the area had started taking up collections for the ACS. Money also came pouring in from state coffers in Virginia, New Jersey, and Maryland. Free states began introducing strict legislation to tighten their grip on free black people. Indiana revised its state constitution to ban free black people from living in the state. Illinois went so far as to prevent enslavers from setting enslaved people free. Then the federal government passed what prominent activist Martin Delaney called, quote, "the most disgraceful act of legislation ever enacted," end quote, the Fugitive Slave Act. The act allowed law enforcement officers to arrest any black person suspected of escaping slavery. In theory, officers needed at minimum a sworn testimony from enslavers to see someone. In practice, black people were taken without due process. Anyone caught helping
just like ICE,
faced fines and jail time. Abolitionists and ordinary people of all races were outraged. Despite the risk, even moderate citizens raised support funds and took to the streets to defend their black neighbors. By the mid-1850s, conditions had become so unsafe for free black people that many began looking to colonization. In this short time frame from 1848 to 1854, about 4,000 black colonists left for Liberia, which was now an independent nation. Compare that to the roughly 5,800 people who left in the first 30 years of ACS existence. For people like Martin Delaney, the final straw came in 1857, when the Supreme Court ruled in the infamous Dred Scott case that enslaved people were not and could not be citizens. Delaney now advocated for emigration to modern-day Nigeria. He partnered with the African Civilization Society, a black nationalist organization, and ended up accepting money from white colonizationists. While the ACS had a resurgence in the 1850s, its luck would run out by the end of the decade. Enslavers were less supportive of colonization as slavery became too controversial. Still, the ACS hung on to some high-profile and surprising supporters. Confederate General Robert E. Lee freed most of the people he enslaved and offered to pay their way to Liberia. President Abraham Lincoln supported the ACS by allowing federal money for a black colony off of Haiti's shores. Frederick Douglass, one of the leaders who did not waver in his rejection of the ACS, blasted Lincoln's support. He wrote extensively about colonization. Quote, "Shame upon the guilty wretches that dare propose and all that count in such a proposition. We live here, have a right to live here, and mean to live here," end quote. In a letter to Lincoln's postmaster in charge of colonization, Douglass suggested that white people should move instead. The postmaster replied that whites rule America and, quote, "the controlling races will not abdicate their power or surrender their country," end quote. With those ominous words in the air, by 1861, the nation was thrust into a civil war. On the 50th anniversary of the ACS, this was the final tally of their efforts to colonize Liberia. Approximately 5,700 colonists were recaptured Africans, 4,500 were free black people, 5,957 were people freed by manumission. The society has spent more than $2 million. For Liberian settlers, life was difficult. 20% of the first-generation colonists died from disease. They would face attacks from indigenous peoples like the Day, Bassa, and Kru, who were among the 16 ethnic groups defending their homelands. Despite the hardship, some colonists preferred their new life. William Burke, who had been enslaved by Robert E. Lee, arrived in Liberia with his wife Rosabella and 4 young children. He wrote that, quote, "The Lord has blessed me abundantly since my residence in Africa, for which I feel that I can never be sufficiently thankful," end quote. The society sent its last colonists in 1904 and continued on as a Liberian aid group. It wasn't dissolved until the Civil Rights Act in 1964. Although the ACS may have faded, the ideas behind colonization of removing groups based on race were potent and repeatedly put into practice by the U.S. government. Many communities of color were pressured or forced to leave by law, from the Indian Removal Act of 1830 to Filipino repatriation and mass deportation of Mexican Americans during the Great Depression to Japanese incarceration during World War II. Today, the U.S. is a multi-ethnic and multiracial nation. And while that may have seemed like an impossibility to the ACS, those who opposed colonization held on to their vision for freedom and equal rights.
Dang. I'm gonna end it there. And